It's time to return to the office. To the parable. What the? English would be good. So that's the language I know. I have? Does that matter? I'm gonna say yes, because I played this years ago when it was new. Okay. Seems right. Hey, King, Dragon, and Nailers, how's it going? To the current time, why do I have to do this part? It's like, but 8:15, it's almost 8:15. I like to be precise with these things. Or is it, I mean, technically 8:14. I'll leave it like that. I get very anal about these clock setting things. Okay. See, I think there's an achievement. Just mess with all the sliders. I think just the sliders. Okay. I don't know if I've gotten the achievement yet. Game isn't too loud, I'll leave it like 50. Or is that too quiet? That might be too quiet now. Game isn't loud at all, really. Let's see how that makes us feel. I messed with all the sliders, I didn't get the achievement. I mean, how anal do you have to be? Do you have to set it on each one every time? Is this comfortable? I'll worry about it later, because that seems obnoxious. Which is usually the nature of these achievements. Here we go. First time through.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
So beautiful.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Bit of trivia, that was my head he was working on.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh. Guess I can do that. Lower it just a smidge. Only could lower the audio through the video. That's not how it works. Oh, nothing else to do but go forward.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Everybody gone. Man, this game moves super smooth now. Still remember the Source Engine version. I think this is in Unity now, isn't it? It's like completely redone. FOV is weird. It's at 90,
When Stanley
man.
came
That's
to
how
a
it
set of
is.
2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
That's how real gamers work. 90 FOV or go home.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Some of these just hex values. Oh no. Rip friends. Oh, that's glass. I thought there was a hole in the desk, but apparently not. We need more, no less reviews. I think that's a stupid idea. No more bins / trash cans. Renaming of the idea. Firing of me. There was something in the ideas bin. All like the trash bin, I tell ya. Synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market parade. Monetize free to pay. Or play. You're always free to pay. Paying for things don't cost nothing. You're not wrong though. Like the FOV kind of makes everything a little weird. Maybe I'll lower the FOV again. Hello, Jaspertine. Okay, that's better. No, it kind of makes a weird like angle thing going on. But whatever. Oh, the broom closet. That's cool. Some question here, but
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
The original Stanley Parable have a definite ending? I mean, there is a definite ending. Kinda, sorta. Oh, this is a new room. Executive bathroom. Every time I click, it's a type. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Extreme bathrooms. I'm going here. Oop. Really need the 90 FOV to do sick headshots in this game, it's true.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I'm stunned.
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
It's so weird to play through all this again. It's just like such a big, beefy graphical upgrade.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Guess that's what I'm gonna do.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I'm wondering, is it the game that looks better, or is it just that I have a new monitor? I can actually do 1080p.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Oh no,
Their
someone
true
got
nature
fired.
revealed.
2 people.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
RIP. Freedom is dead.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
That's a lot more detail than is actually in this room. None of these monitors actually work. Well, they work, but you know, don't say any emotion. They're all offline. 5.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Push the oof button.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. and Stanley was happy.
So beautiful, chat. Nothing was explained, but I enjoyed it. I beat the game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, time to hunt for endings. It could be anywhere.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Employee lounge.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
It's a nice room. Kind of has a liminal space vibe to it. Like, what is the deal with this little, like,
Yes,
indented part?
really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I didn't even look at the paintings. That's nice, though.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Nobody likes you, Stanley. I can't jump. I tried to jump. Got the achievement for not being able to
Stanley
jump.
sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Hey, buddy. Move it along.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Oh.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. What? This penalty? So, whoop. Better not do that.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, what? Really?
Yep.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Unlike red.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Can't even leave.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
The third option. The third way.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Did like the third door.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh boy. Ooh. I wonder if this is a real thing now. Probably not. Am I on the board? Skip the intro sequence. Whatever. Compete against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. Why not ask some friends for help? Friends list empty. What happened to my friends? I had friends. Hey, Constantine. Everyone else that showed up. It's hard to talk over the game.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I hate leaderboards.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
I'm
You
ready.
wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
From here. Oh.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Both.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Well, this is what's different.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Oh, this is great.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley.
What a great
and it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
This was a good game too. I streamed this like ages ago, years at this point. My computer could barely run it, but it was a good stream. I should stream it again sometime. It wasn't a bad game.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
What? What's happening?
It is. It's an open world game. Good
Oh,
God,
boy.
quickly block it off.
No, I want open.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we are...
Let's see a crack.
We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
No.
Let's find another game.
You see the open world?
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Let me just squeeze through.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh no. Not Rocket League.
Wonderful.
I don't have
See,
a car.
This is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't
Can't
any
even
possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I'm gonna goal myself.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yeah, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
There's the ball. Oh, it's so far. Okay, let's try this. Oh, I'm moving faster now. I'm gonna goal. Boom. Oh. I did it.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? It's... Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh, there's more dialogue. I just get... Whoops.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
It's emergent storytelling. I don't need you anymore. Make up my own story. Nope. Am I in a Silent Hill now? Yeah, maybe in 5 years they'll remake this one. We'll have all the Elden Ring references. Oh.
I wonder what he found.
All right.
If what he wanted
That
was
was
to
the
be the
original
leading
source
man in
file.
his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content. Oh, dare I go into the new content? Haven't even seen all the old content. I want new content.
Oh, new content?
Yes.
What does that mean, new content?
Oh shit. Where am I going? I'm scared. It's all new. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
That is true.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
That's what we're playing right now.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Why do these papers have different lighting than the rest of the room?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Oh no.
Is it
no
broken?
button. There's no
What's
button.
going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go.
Okay.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
New content. Let's go.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley.
Content.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Well, we have a jump button now. Oh my god. Oh, we're out of jumps. Well, that was nice while it lasted. We squandered our jumps.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
There's more new content.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I'm ready for the content. For enjoying the new content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
Yeah,
what quality
it's true.
assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, Why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about?
Yeah.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Yeah. Sounds good. Oh no. Everything's different again. Content is still new. Oh, the old days.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent!
The vent?
I want to show you something!
I don't know if I should go in that vent. Whole world to go to. Never been in an event before. It is very meta, yeah. That is the Stanley Parable.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be?
Yeah,
Well, it got me
that.
thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special, and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
Oh my god, is this Elden Ring
Take
now?
a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I'm not sure if this really existed, though, the physical edition of it. Audience Award. The Face Award. That's... Good times. Remember those halcyon days of 2013, chat? The old man and his dog, remember those times? The original. Yeah, that's not wrong, because the original was also a remake of the Stanley Parable. Our first dollar. Oh yeah, the demo. The demo was good too. I probably have that achievement. I don't know if I ever got that one. I think it just unlocks at random. Yeah, remember the time we won BAFTAs? New video game releasing today. Rated surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. College show uneven effort to enroll poor. Business leaders pushing election of council allies. Remember that time we died? Stanley Parable deals tough choices. I want to sit on the bench. Can't get on the bench. The fuck is this?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable.
But
like this
there's more
stunning
songs.
triumph
I
of
missed-
games
thought it
journalism.
would be going
10
on.
out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie
yeah.
Sterling writes, and I quote,
Oh yeah.
"Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art,
It doesn't sound
Stanley
like
Parable
that.
strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them.
Persona
and now
3.
it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Wasn't even an hour. I can't do anything with that. In the memory hole, I live in the memory hole. Whatever that song was about that we didn't finish listening to. Yeah, I don't know if we can even have Minecraft in this game anymore because Microsoft owns it now. Person of the year is you. Stanley and the lady that finds your dead body. The original remake. Oh, we did that. The blue and red door. Remember that, chat? At least Persona 3 had integrity, man. Never did play Persona 3. Heard good things.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
A serious room.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
No,
Surely
the
these
Steam
reviews were
reviews.
glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh. Oh no.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
How could you bug Livia?
Funny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This game's so unfunny, man. There's some more Steam reviews that are not even high-res enough to read. So badly decayed over time with their toxicity. Even the good ones somehow.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
Oh.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
No Jim Stephanie Sterling, that's for sure.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley.
No, don't do
yes,
it, narrator.
A skip button we shall have.
Don't do it. Don't give in to the criticism. Not the skip button. Make me do it.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get.
People's game.
Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story, and the choices, or what have you, and Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought?
No.
Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them.
Schrodinger's choice.
First, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it.
I don't even know what a
but
treatise
wouldn't you say
is.
that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've got me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps.
You don't
to be
skip,
honest,
you just
I
go
don't
crazy,
even know
I
if
guess.
one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps
No
that
one
would have been
knows
a
how it
smart
works.
thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button.
Whoops.
Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity
Why do you say
rises
twice?
the phoenix of quality.
From the
How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted,
this is what
offering
the
a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment.
This game really needs a skip
You are
button.
not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future.
I kind of want to hear the rest.
Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again.
Oh, no.
It's simply too wonderful. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Escape.
It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here?
I don't know.
Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door, as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door.
Okay.
I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please. Please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening if only I'd held my tongue.
Wow.
It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps.
What every streamer thinks.
Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as
Acknowledge
though
me.
I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had
we're
so
still in
much
this
time.
room.
I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite.
Exist
For the
in all
longest
existences.
time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
I've grown so spiteful, narrator. There fire? We on fire? Mine stopped working.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen.
Just has to happen.
The most
now.
immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes, it seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course.
Yes.
They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think.
9 years later.
It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor.
I like yucks.
That it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review.
You can cut them off with the skip button. How about that? You ever wish I have a skip button, chat?
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
You're right, the pause button is my skip button, I guess. If anything, I wish there was a make MC talk longer button. If only. Oh. Whatever this was, just fell the fuck over. Oh. Only had arms and a jump button. I could get out of here. Oh, it's beautiful. Nature chat. Nature continues. Even after we skip life. Isn't death the eternal skip button? Oh. It's giving me particular vibes. Hold on. Hopefully that doesn't get us DMCA'd. Oh no. Oh. Bigger than the skip button, chat. I've skipped it all. I don't need nothing. Alright, we're playing the Stanley Parable.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content? I don't know, chat. You want new content or you want some old content? We don't know how long the new content is gonna be. No, I think I'll do some classic Stanley Parable.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I haven't admired the employee lounge a bit.
Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Man. Could leave, but this room. Admire it on the way out.
But eager to get back to business,
Okay.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
The story. Say, twerk it. How you doing? Uh-oh.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
Spoilers.
Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Ah.
Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
What's the deal with Stanley?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait,
Oh,
what?
It's a lot of doors.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Oh, no.
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere.
Hey, sure.
Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come,
Ooh,
Stanley.
adventure.
Let's find the story.
Oh no, it's the back rooms, hell. The game's going good. It's the Stanley Parable with some extra content. We're going through classic content for a bit. So the new content was a bit lengthy. Gave me a sweat.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by
No,
starting
but if I
over
go into
and
the
over
corner,
again.
I can go to
It's
the
gotta
next
be better
floor,
than this.
please.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse.
Uh-oh.
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
You drop their coffee. I wonders. Where that story at?
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Okay. I want to go this way. Go this way?
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Okay. It's line time.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence.
Where's the
right?
skip button?
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
It's an adventure chat. An adventure.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
Wait, what? Where's a fern I missed?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Yeah.
Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I'm ready for your story.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Well, if the door takes you to where you want to go, isn't it always the right door?
Oh, hold up, what's this?
Uh-oh.
The confusion ending.
This was just
You're
another
telling
ending.
me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
I don't like that ending.
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
We did a chat.
Whatever it is that made this schedule.
I'm gonna just cry
How
on
would
this
we
chair
even
for a while.
know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you
In a way, the new content was a bit of like the ending bit of that ending.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The memo. For new content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Oh, something from the narrator this time. So where are we going? Stanley ever fall in love? Remains to be seen. My bride, Stanlina.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable
Same.
and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original
Still upset
Stanley
about it.
parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense.
Going real
I
fast.
say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Yay! The sequel is here, chat.
Yes,
The end is
you
never
see,
the
isn't this
end.
far superior
Again.
to a measly re-release with a few minor additions?
2.
Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An
Shit.
entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I don't know why testing 2 printers at the same time kind of rocked my brain a little bit. 2 printers at the same
Calling
time?
it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Wow, beautiful. Or TSP, better TSP. Win-win, sequential mindshare. Paradigm shift, synergy. It's more synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelop client-centric marketing. The color red. Leverage holistic value. There's no third place only. The 2 is higher than first. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Looks like the Sims. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. 2. Oh, is that me? Is that me with Davey reading? It's a good logo. Oh, some other. I love that. But 2 in the title. Let's highlight the letter. 2. Thanks for attending my meeting. The fern. It was important.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
That's not a real title. Batman Arkham Asylum 2 City. Oh, that was not a good sequel. Aladdin 2 Return of Jafar. Actually, the third one is not too bad, but the second one is kind of shit. They made Gilbert Gottfried sing a song. It's like, what the fuck were they thinking with that? I could zoom in. There's no Half-Life zoom. Is that a bird? Oh, of course. Crows, crows, crows. Makes too much sense. This way to the show floor. Is this the press event? Get Jeff Keighley on the carpet. This Jam City. Why is it a baby carriage? Babies aren't allowed here, except if they're on fire.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I want the merch. Like it's so echoey now. I'd buy some of these shirts. Button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. I want that button. God, it's gonna say my name. Hear your name in the game. Holy shit.
For the Stanley Parable
I
2,
wanted to see more,
I
though.
asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized
Just
and
right.
validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Oh boy, here it comes. Name reveal.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to
All right.
really simulate the full experience of this feature.
I'm
Just
Jim
play
now.
along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Dreams.
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so,
A Jim
then
dreams.
please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable
Killer
2,
Jim
it
C.
would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
That's fair. Let's go. Can't leave. Just Jim some more.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
Oh,
Otherwise,
Jim
soon
button.
you'll start to lose all sense of who you
Jim.
actually are.
Jim.
No. I'm Killer Jim C. We're all Jim now. The Jim
I
from
suppose I could allow only people
Detroit Become
named
Human.
Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
whole new office. What is that carpet? What's that buzz sound? Oh no, maybe it's all grown up. Now the fire is bankruptcy. It's even more artistic. Wait, why is it making that noise? Ray tracing. New ideas. Just the right amount of change. Got shwaders. Oh, the jump circle is pretty good. Infinite hole. I don't want to fall down that. Let's see. Reassurance bucket. I want to make sure I don't skip anything. I want to see.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable
see everything.
was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Where's the
You
bucket?
see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Oh, I can't touch
As
the
long as you
bucket.
hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Get that bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe
there.
the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I get to keep the bucket? Nice.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
No, I wanted the other. It's not fair. Oh no, all the pictures are different.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
2. Oh, jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Why? I wanted to jump more. Collectibles. What is this? This Xbox Me creation. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all. Put it in my bucket.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh, it's beautiful. Can I get any more? I can't do it again.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Will the lever receive new achievement? No more steps. It just works. I want it. I want the
Now
cheaper.
here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Oh,
well,
yeah.
I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I want the achievement, please. Oh, I fixed the machine. Oh. Ugh. Alright, let's go, bucket. Can't get this Chivo today.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh, you tell me. I'm lost. Just try not to go into the exit. Time/depth. It's Space like infinity. Or like infinity. Time like infinity. Makes me think of the fucking Blizzard, like, diversity chart. Well, this is the hole, isn't it? Infinity hole. So much hole. Science. Falling. Infinity. Even more. Let's do it, chat.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see,
I'm falling down a hole.
One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Okay.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I'm falling down a hole.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Uh-oh.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I'm in a hole. But will he be back? I stay here long enough. This is the end of the content for the hole.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I love that bucket rattling sound. Let's see, got the collectibles, the Chivo, the hole. We did this bit. Okay, you are here. This map, yep. Free achievement, button that says the name, merch, settings world champion. Got the bucket, office decorations, epilogue. When's epilogue? There is no epilogue. What's settings world champion? Across the merch counter, so let me check that out. This thing? Oh, probably. I think we've seen it all. Just me and my bucket now. I go in this door. Oh, this is the epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Jump back in the hole? I already did the hole, Trez. You really want me to go back in the hole? You love holes that much? Settings world champion. Well, I guess you do. Let's see if it'll let us go down the hole again.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no. You have a weird sort of...
I think it's small.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yeah.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Okay.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Alright, this is becoming a science experiment.
Well, there it is.
Oh no.
Shame of... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth,
Oh no, I can't
I
get
just
it
can't
out.
see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move
I have to
on.
hit the teleport button even though it's not that deep. Oh no. The teleport.
Is
Oh
the
no. I'm stuck.
teleport button not working?
Gotta use my bucket to
You
get
sure?
out.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a... Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You
What?
couldn't bear to be away from the hole.
No.
And now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked
Oh,
for.
what have
It's
I
a
done?
win for everyone. You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else.
No.
Take care, Stanley.
Don't leave
I
me
hope
in
you
the
and the
hole.
hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
No. You did this, Tress. You got us stuck in the hole. I'm hitting the teleport button. I can't get out. Holy Baba. Indeed. That's where the gyms live now. Oh no, it's sinking down. I'll never know what the exit was about now, though. change your perspective. The whole change your perception. It's the Stanley Parable. See Stanley slowly descend down a hole. His trusty pal, the bucket. It's Stanley. Change your reality. Oh no, I don't like this reality. That's a good reality. Oh, puppies. Whoa. That's so cute. It's a lot of realities. Let's stick to this reality. Oh, that's pretty accurate. Oh, Stanley. Oh no, Stanley. Let me see. Oh no, I changed the wrong thing. Oh god. That's a mood. Ah. I don't like this clay man.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Oh.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
Oh no, how
And
does
I'm
this
looking
end?
forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Teleport button still doesn't work. I'm fine with this being the entire game. Oh, we gotta leave the hole eventually. We never got to go to the exit though. Oh, here we are.
Here we are. Go
Here we
on.
are.
Try out some of the new features.
Ready to leave now, actually. Wish to never go down such an infinite hole ever again.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Left their briefcase. What if I see like Jason Bourne now? New mug. Rackus 42 with the party of 18. Hell yeah. Thanks for the raid, Rackus. Let me see. Sure, could you do exclamation point SO for the raid? The raider? You're still here, Shark.
So, Stanley, what do you think?
There.
Do you like all of the new features?
You
Yes, I
almost
know
got
it's
it,
not
Shark.
exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
It's great.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes,
Not
this
me.
is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
There you
I
go,
wanted
Char.
more than anything to create
You
a
got it,
sequel
Char.
that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh. Chat. It's here. The sequel to the Stanley Parable. Can you believe it's only been 9 years? Let's check it out.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Skip button. Oh no. Why?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket. I take the bucket. Ah. It's good where it's at.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Indeed I did.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't wanna.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
That was just bucket oriented.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
It's a good bucket.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Alright.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here.
Oh my
It's
God.
supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply That you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
What?
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Aha.
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I got it. I got the sticker.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here,
Ooh.
and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
I want a bucket sticker.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
He's gone. He's left. Get on to my bucket tales. Bucket adventure.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ooh, a collectible.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
It's like barely legible, but it's so high res you could read it probably.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
Bucket's part of
That's
this
strange,
story
Stanley
now.
thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
That's my
How did
name
I
on
end
the
up with
sticker.
someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no
My
good would
bucket.
come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it.
My
Far
bucket.
off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing
That's
by
a
one
bucket.
bucket after the
It's
next.
a bucket.
None of them were
These are
his.
all
None of them were
buckets.
his special bucket.
What?
Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Oh.
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this
Why does she
particular
have the
day,
bucket?
her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped all the way to work.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Set sound. We go on more bucket adventures, chat. Feel like maybe I'll wait for a response from chat. The chat turns to us and speaks. Figurine finders? Oh yeah, there's more figurines to find, so may as well like start looking out for them. Fine, we'll take the bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's go. Let's get wacky.
This was not the correct way to the meeting
crazy.
room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Fuck the bucket.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about
I
this
get that.
obvious fact.
No, I get
He
that
was
one.
firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket
Want the
asked.
collectible.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Bucket. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press L to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Why is it just different buttons every time?
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
That is accurate for what buckets do. Don't listen to the loud man. Press U for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press J to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Have anyone else in my
Sad.
life?
I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press G to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Got nice stickers on it. Press O to relive the same day with me, over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press T to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Then chat. Then the game made the same jokes as chat. How many jokes can you make about a bucket?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
It's my bucket.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
See how you do this one again? It's the right place. Oh, I think so.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
Oh, tell me.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history.
of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid!
That's psych.
are a bucket!
The bucket of my asshole.
Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Did we kill the bucket forever?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Here's the
Stanley
bucket.
decided. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
See what the normal ending is like with the bucket, though. I'm curious. I'm too curious. Ah. Find them. Peer across the office. We have synergized the resources. Share their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. We find them. It's a float in the air. Who took these pictures of them? One's in the toilet. It was provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room. We're going to Twin Peaks. Gotta remember, employee 416. Good luck. We passed his office already? Maybe we are the collectibles. Wouldn't you love to know? With my concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambience. Ambiances or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up a sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noises. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Would you love to know? Source of levitation? This is a really bad drop. Weird spinning figurines. Artist rendering. Why floating? ID. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Let's see, what do they want? stock options are data, money. Should we make... What? Should we make Thin Lampberg? What? Maybe? What? What does that say? I think it says Lampberg, so I'm not sure. Why do kinda the look like 427? Oh, that's me. Dreams, magic, our quarterly success, magnets, training exercise by management. We sell them, obviously. More money if sold together. How many are there? Bonus stuff. We forgot what we know, what we don't know yet. There will be a reward for finding them all. Lies! Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. I want to go home. There'll be cleaning of this wall required. Who are you? 666 lol. Law looks like 427, haha. Gotta collect them all. 5. There be. Just take them from me. Side sequel exhibit? Stairs, something to do with stairs. Oh, this is where they are. Some kind of game? There must be a point to this. See a large room, lots of boxes. Yeah, I saw that one, but I don't know how to get there. Somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. I think that's the bathroom. Warehouse access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow ease access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Oh no, Chris. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Okay, so the other employees built the bridge to get the other one, but I don't know how to get to that. Need more plans. What was the place with the fireplace? I think it's one of the alternate boss offices. We got the one in the stairs.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Now I'm intrigued. Now we gotta figure out where them figurines are. There's one.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Money in the morning, money in the evening. Money for breakfast, money crisp.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh no.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. "2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
Oh,
and
yay.
Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Where's figurine somewhere? I want it so bad. Ah,
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I like Stanlerines. I think Stanlerines is a good name.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Got my bucket, and everything
Stanley and the
will be
bucket walked straight
alright.
ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
It'd be called Jimmy's. It's not
The
a bad
lights
one.
rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh, you think bucket?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone
would
in the
never.
office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
You're like the bucket is slowly becoming the main character instead of me.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control.
Screams
Never!
into the
He
bucket.
squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
This bucket's so cool.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and
Bucket,
pressed the button
no.
to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in
Okay, how
horror.
could you?
Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Silly
Birds.
birds.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Ah, birds.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a
Yeah, stuff.
facade to disguise its true intentions.
Oh,
Had
the
the
fuck
bucket
that
known
is.
this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands.
the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom
Penguins.
because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
It's just regular
Of
birds,
all
though.
the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Found happiness, chat. They're not even silly, they're just regular birds.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of
same
recorded
thing.
messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Store doesn't open. Can zoom in. They said it was 416 who had the ideas.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's see. They go the right way? Maybe I
Coming
did
to a
wrong
staircase,
things.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I have to disobey to go to the warehouse room, right? It's okay.
Stepping in.
I'm leaving here with my bucket. Bucket. AJ Dragon. We're just gonna do a short stream of this, but then we started getting buckets and figurines. So now I'm deeply invested in seeing what's happening. Finally, leaving Stanley Parable. The bucket has you. Snap out of it, MC. No, I must go where the bucket leads me now. Yet know what's right and what's wrong. Or wrong my rights. Bucket in charge of my day and my life. I honestly don't remember a thing about Charles in charge. Other than he was in charge. No one respected him. I guess it was a lot like Who's the Boss. Also a show I have vague memories of. Escape. In my bucket and leaving. Can probably discard. Go ahead and discard the memories. Oh, but shh, bucket. Shh. Dry those tears, bucket. bucket. Can I go with you, bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Oh
meeting
no, the
room.
bucket's
Perhaps
gone.
he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket's gone now. How do we get the bucket back?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Let's see. Might be like a hidden
And
passage
so he
down here.
detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
See, I don't know if there's
No,
this is a path.
no, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
This is a pretty lengthy ending,
It's
so I
clearly...
don't want to go through this whole
Oh
thing
dear,
again.
would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We
Like
went
to see
down
the old narrator
right,
got tired and they hired a new
down,
narrator
left,
scenario. Yeah.
right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got
Do
it
that
now. This
SpongeBob
story
joke.
is absolutely,
It's good.
definitely this way.
It's good stuff.
No.
Might not get to what we want.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt
Hey,
safe in, that he
bucket's
would
back.
never leave it again in his life.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Why did you do that? I only have one bucket, you idiot.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
way
and
do we wanna
entered
go?
the door on his left.
Let's see, the warehouse room is this way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
So how do we
Said the bucket.
get there?
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, maybe... Ah, okay, we just drop down here.
You're getting close now, Stanley.
Oh, boy.
You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Marines. Let's see. Dying here is kind of an ending, but let's go back. But where the fuck am I now? bunch of tape cassettes. Narrator sound system.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Money.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Gumbarata again. So Gumbarata exists in 2 different endings that we know of so far.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Good times.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Just don't remember where the last one is. See, I think I gotta go to the doors that are both red and blue. I think I have to go on the lift
All
in
of
the
his
cargo
co-workers were
room,
gone. What could it
then
mean?
jump off.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
There's a
Stanley
different voice
just
now.
smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Where are we going today, Mr. Parable?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him
Mr.
that the
Bucket was not
employee
amused.
lounge was simply the place to be. And
Welcome
here it
to
was.
the Stanley
that the bucket
Parable.
turned out to be correct. Was no, never
We're doing
mind.
deluxe
Bucket
content.
was
Avoid
wrong.
spoilers.
Stanley
Ooze.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not
Is a
question
deluxe
why
bucket.
or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Nope.
No, stop!
Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
What?
Stanley, how could you think it was
Oh,
okay to
it
bring
does
the
say
bucket
that.
here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a
Oh
bucket?
no.
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh jeez. Oh no. Put the bucket on your head. Unfortunately, we can't become Buckethead as far as I know.
Now then, I'm going to run
Oh
you
no,
through
it's
some
a shitty
test
Netflix
scenarios,
show.
and you'll tell me
Is
whether or
it
not the
cake?
thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Hope it's cake.
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect.
What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What? How would I know?
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D
It's still a
printed
bucket.
variation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Why wouldn't that still be a bucket?
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Okay, who?
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Okay. 2 out of 4 is still an F. No. I mean, yeah, but no. Oh
Is this a
no,
bucket?
this is also not a bucket or... Ah. It's a trick. Oh.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Ow. Looks exactly like the other tractor.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What? This is both not and is a bucket.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is
Everything
not
can be a
true.
bucket.
Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
I mean... No. Right?
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
I don't even
I've
know
lost
what's
all
real
sense
anymore.
of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets
No.
from the game entirely.
Don't erase my
Okay.
bucket.
Here we go.
No. No. Bucket. No.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Oh
was
no.
everything a bucket?
Everything was
Every
a
single
bucket.
thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
The root class
And you,
was
Stanley,
bucket.
You're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
I mean, you could be considered a bucket. You have liquid in your body that you carry around all the time, like a bucket. Not only that, but tissue and organs and things, you know? Maybe we're all just buckets deep down. Wait, I can't take the bucket with me to where I need to go.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting
If you open
room,
your mouth and
Stanley
look up,
knew it
you're a
perfectly
bucket.
Well. Perhaps
Especially
he
if
wanted
it's
to stop
raining.
by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Balloon up there.
Look,
Several
Stanley, I
balloons.
think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been... Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Aha.
Give me a chance.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly.
You got the
Savor this
Stiggly
moment,
Wiggly.
Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
That's it.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running,
Rip.
just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both
You know what
be
it
so
says,
much
you could
happier
just tell
if
them.
we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
Yeah, I already did the blue door.
Here. Yes.
So we're going to
It's
space.
beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
With the bucket, Paramore. That's a good note. Oh, look at all the particle effects, chat. It's beautiful. Is space a bucket? Yeah, kinda. Unless I'm just realizing it. Maybe it's that programming analogy, or like a class is like a bucket, so yeah, the game is a bucket. It's a container of things.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
No.
No! Oh, thank God. No. No, no, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Get so sad. I want to be in the particle effects room, please. Stanley, how could you?
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Just need more content in your game, man. Whoa, what is this room about?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things.
What do you mean?
It's those figurines, those figglers.
What?
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
It's pretty
Didn't
good.
it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the
Oh
memory
no,
zone?
not the
I would
memory
love
zone.
nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Oh no. As long as we don't have to do the skip button again. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Oh boy. Those halcyon days. First kiss. My first car. The release of Stanley Parable in 2013. How could I forget? Missing something.
Ah, here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
But what? Now we got even more collectibles.
And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
So does the game like have to piece together like all the places you went in order? That'd be kind of crazy.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
I think it was the toilet.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
What? My 3rd time. It's reverse 69, chat. Let's lie on your
Let's
partner's
see,
back.
what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I remember the pink apple room. The whispers. Reverse 69 before breaking up. This isn't working out anymore, honey.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Oh.
Enjoy.
Okay. Oh no. Windows Movie Maker. Oh, did they really dig this up to make this video? It's mini stand number 5. Oh my god, the frame rate. The compression. Out it near the cargo lift. Thanks for watching. Best boy narrator starring Stanley. Copyright the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
What was that noise? A whoosh. Oh man. Going to the Black Lodge.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue
Hey,
doors.
now we can read
this
this,
memory is
the
the most
notes.
distinct and clear in my
Actually, we
mind.
can't.
Perhaps because it was
We
the
kinda
one
can.
that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Now we got 12. What? That's where I thought it said ooh from a distance. Been on the internet for too long.
And then
Whoa.
there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Goodbye, memories.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Unremembered? Forgetting?
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines
cool,
we
yeah.
looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Same. Can't get enough of these figurines. I hope I don't have to watch the
And
video
here's where I
again.
made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
I remember. Oh no!
Yes, I love that video.
Whoosh. Whoosh again. What's that? pink room.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
I remember it because I was here earlier. It's never appeared before this point, but I remember it. From the additional memory on top of the other memories I have.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
The hell is this? All those stiggly wigglies. That doesn't go anywhere.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
I always live in the past. That's like the whole thesis of this channel, I guess.
The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh no, we're back here. I think I played everywhere at the end of time too early in this stream.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it
the
now.
jump circle.
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
It's going to go back through the game.
Oh, yes!
Oh,
The
no.
double doors! Who could have forgotten that? Classic memory, this one.
Classic.
And before everything else, there was your office.
I love my office.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
The bucket.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Bucket.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
What's the narrator Stanley this whole time? Well, if we're doing one last run through, let's do it with our
A strong
They're
bucket,
good
a
pal.
humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Good bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's do like a normal playthrough then. We haven't done that with just the bucket. This room change?
Still
Reboot the
no one
game
was
entirely.
here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
It's just nothing else. Oh my god, right. Bin, bucket, it's all coming full circle, chat. The themes are strong. We never did the broom closet just without the bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Only the bucket knows.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Why this didn't take so long. I want to
The
escape with
lights
my
rose
bucket.
on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley
wonder,
nearly
though.
dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped.
It's the narrator
monitored
Stanley.
like guinea pigs.
Like this Stanley is just like
The bucket had never seen
his
anything
fictional
like this,
imagination of
and
like
it
things
very
he
nearly
could do
burst into
instead.
tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Instead of working his boring office job, he could be a Stanley and live out a parable with his bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Let's go,
But
bucket.
here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery...
Skip button.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Hey, what's
What?
up?
Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped?
Oh, let me...
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering
I
in
can jump
uncertainty.
sometimes.
until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No.
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket,
No.
would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
We're still here, chat.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
It was another one I remember. I think I gotta go through, like, the normal path.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I think it's something you gotta do like every new route or something.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley...
I think I'll restart. Get where all the computers are, though. Guess the game isn't permanently ending itself after all? Yeah. Pretty sure that's the case. I'm trying to remember the other endings I could get.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I see we did the red door one, right? I forget what even happened.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
Again, it's just okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
We try the maintenance lift with the bucket?
Stanley
yeah, we
was
did
so
that
bad
one.
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Bucket-free adventures.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
A few odd ones, but I don't want to ask for risk of spoiling.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And I played this game to completion back in the day when it was released. I pretty much know all the original endings. I'm just not sure what the bucket variations are.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
There is a few endings
Perhaps
going this way.
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
This every time now. This is
But
okay.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go.
Oh boy.
All right, now,
Some bread.
I want you to come in and tell me all about
Your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Yeah, apartment 427. Oh no.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
No, don't kill me. Good morning, employee 427. Press O on your keyboard.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Yeah, I did this ending with the bucket, but I didn't unplug the phone. I don't know if that works for the bucket too.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
To tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Tea to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Going to work.
You
Want to
see?
go to work in the morning?
Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Kind of reads a bit differently if you think of the narrator as being Stanley talking about himself.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's see. Try the bucket one and see if I can unplug the phone.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Hard rebooting does have new content too. Oh, okay.
No,
said the bucket.
Bucket,
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Meeting room
Stanley did not
tells the
question
truth.
why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But
Buckets
Stanley
can't
chose
talk.
not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things.
It's
Buckets
just
can't
jokes.
talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see?
People wanted more jokes in this
really
game.
Bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing?
Oh no.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your
I should
political
take notes,
enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Wow.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm done here with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
When did this become Starship
This
Troopers?
video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay.
I can feel it.
I can't die.
This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Was it a tangled string? We're like almost 4 hours into this now. But I thought would be like a quick stream. We just doing the whole thing, I guess. My bucket's missing a sticker. You're right. Is this my bucket? Is this a bucket? I don't have the sticker anymore.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
Oh.
Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing.
Oh no.
I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp.
That's me.
I
I'm the
think
whelp.
I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
No, I don't want to watch it.
Surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Let me see. Can I...
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself,
that's
all I need. If I can make it
particular
through
ending,
this door,
so I
I
might as
can
well
make it
finish
through
that
them
one,
all.
and then we can hard reset. That is what I think. We could do a variation on that ending, but it's like slightly different with a different video.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
So I say
he
never
entered the
mind to
door on
that.
his left.
This is the way I want to go. I'm just thinking where the computers are.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, one here. Oh, there's 2 more? I don't remember where the other 2 are.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks.
Restart. Where were the other 2 computers? Anyone remember?
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room,
right?
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first
good
open
delivery
door
on
on
it.
his
It was
left.
okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in...
I think I have to go the main route. What?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Stop doing
what
this.
What could it mean?
It's so
Stanley
confusing.
decided to go to the meeting room. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
It's gonna take more time.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What the hell is panda? Why would you shoot a panda? Had to use the bathroom real quick. I cleverly disguised my pee break as content. My computer's off now.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered.
5, 8.
Desperate for answers, he
Forgotten
began turning the room over, looking for clues that might unravel the situation.
4, 5.
Until at last, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Whoa. New Age.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Could do the museum ending. The only reason I'm on this track is because I forgot where the computers are to get the button ending. It's not a big deal though. We don't see it.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
We've seen this. I don't even remember where the computers are. Let's just do this one.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
It's doing everything to convey death. Going back up this elevator? Probably not without the bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I am already dead. Yeah, here is the museum to the original Stanley Parable. Well, original remake of the Stanley Parable. So hold on. My nightlight has gone off again. Oh good, the color white has returned. The office. Button sounds. Probably run through this a bit quickly because, I mean, this game has been out for 9 years. I expect most people have played this and seen this already. It's nice to go through again. Mind control room has cool new content ending with bucket and all. think I've done both of the endings with the bucket, though. I pushed the on and off button. So I think that's it with the bucket. Is there content for the museum with the bucket? I did some kind of variation, though, with the desert. The pit? You mean the infinite pit? The infinite hole that we were in? What's gonna happen? Look, it gets a different museum. Oh, okay. I see. Cargo lift. What the hell is this? Kind of amusing. Seeing the original idea versus what they eventually went with. Michael M. Some questions? How do you make JRPG? How is the game going? I hope it's good or better. What's this? Narrator emails? The second trailer we sent out. We asked people to email email the narrator for questions. Though we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them here. Select the emails. Okay. Forgetting how to speak. It's 100 degrees in my room. I'm getting tired. So tired. Ugh. Now the evolution of the office. It's kind of funny, even something as simple as the office that you start off in at different versions. Down room. Elevator. Freedom ending. Down desk. Oh. Oh. It's the exit, I think. Long time. Only that one ending that ended. The player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Then it just gets removed. Zending. Zending levers. Maybe that's eventually what became the button ending. Make JRPG by including man who can suplex a train. The only JRPG I like. Trailers. Streamed it a while ago, but I played Davey Reedon's other game. Was it Beginner's Guide? Anyone check that out? Not my stream of it particularly, but you know, the game itself. I thought it was pretty good. Very different from this. Not really comedic, but it was still good. Almost like kind of playing through a movie, but like in first person. See, how do I leave?
good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it.
Where were all of
Here,
his co-workers
I'm just going to make this easy.
Oh, I don't know. How about
They're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing. Does that sound plausible to you?
I want a button pushing party. I don't know how to leave. No. Oh, there's the exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Squish. I wonder who that's supposed to be, though, given this new context. Alright, well, let's do it again, but with a
Already
bucket.
this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would...
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Reboot the game
Still
entirely.
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office,
Gotta try to
Stanley was
remember
once
this dang
again
code again.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Why would he kill the bucket too?
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Like, just it's the same dialogue, but it's just
Stanley
and
and
the
the
bucket.
bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Bucket Museum. He's really gonna kill the bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
The same lady narrator.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator.
She's back.
As Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, The bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
And the bucket.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Guess the bucket is truly dead. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like the bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through the use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what you may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Bucket Museum.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Why does she hate Stanley now so much? Double hand. Bucket with two handles. Or innocent bucket. Burno bucket. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. I feel like this is from like a Jim Henson thing. Ancient cave drawings of buckets. These was this way. Stress bucket, an analogy? Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equal holes. Stress equals level of water in the bucket. Rest and relaxation. Doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Present it without commentary.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket? This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. It does feel kind of artistic. Oh no, another hole. Oh.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Bucket. Alright. Still the Stanley Parable 2. So when it says to reset, do we do a clear wipe or we delete the save data? Or do I just like reset the game by just quitting? All things are flipped in bucket mode. The "and Stanley was happy" line coming from the turn on button instead of turn off, for example. Yeah, that's true too. Okay, just quit and start the game back up. Alright, well I'm gonna get a quick drink of water. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. You can't tell me what to do. You're not a bucket. Why, I order. Alright, let's quit. And then we reboot the game. Oh goodness, it's gotten kinda late since we did this. Still don't know what the point of this is. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set to 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you go back to the video game now. Oh boy.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
It's the same thing?
Stanley worked for a company in a big
different.
building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in
Probably the same video as before, but I skipped.
And he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Stanley
Something
Parable
that would
2.
forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or
One
even
came
say
to his niece's
hi.
birthday or whatever
Never
the
in
hell.
all his years at the company had this happened. This
Niece.
complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Got the Chivo, welcome back. I did it.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Could do this
What
one
could
real
it
quick.
mean?
Click 430
Stanley decided to go to the
430
meeting room.
times.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I have no idea what to do for this. And do I take the bucket now? I'm assuming we take the bucket. I don't know what to do anymore. I popped this balloon. God damn it. Well, if anything, I'll just reset if I'm not
everyone
supposed
is
to
so
take the
lucky to
bucket.
have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Very lucky.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Guess I just do the normal thing? See if the office has changed at all. Well, it has changed.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Stanley adventure with the bucket.
Coming to a staircase,
don't remember how to do
Stanley
the
and the bucket
adventure
walked
at this
upstairs
point.
to the boss's office.
Just trying to find new content. Said to reset the game, that's what I did, and now it seems like it's the same thing still.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Well, so far everything's the same.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him,
Oh, you're supposed to reset
comforting
again.
him.
Okay. Okay. Once more, with feeling. To my favorite time. That's just 1 a.m. Favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 1 a.m. is. It's another slider to find out. How accurate is 1 a.m.? It's not accurate, but it's getting close to that time, actually. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. Feel like I'm learning more about you. How you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Content. Feel like I'm playing Undertale all over again. Adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Is that friend? It's in love, I think. I think that's best friends, that's in love, so I think this is friendship. Please adjust the slider until the 5 becomes the number 9. It's Roman numeral 9. Here's regular 9. Adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the 2 made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Scrumtush or accuboincle? I like Scrumtush. Please don't adjust the slider. You know what time it is right now? Yes. The time that it is right now, the correct time? I would think so. What time is it anyway? What is it? What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. No. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. Should we restart again? I'm gonna see if anything happened. Stanley Parable, the ultimate Skinner box. I did say I'd visit again. What time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all of the game's settings to your exact specifications. But who hasn't? Just what I do. Like a day job. Now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. I still don't really know you. You don't know me. Neither of us know what time it is. Guess some settings are just unsettable. If I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time. That's okay. Video games are meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? It's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. Part of my job description. That's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again. You can find me. Talk soon. There is an epilogue now. Stanley Parable 2 Epilogue. Many years later. After what? The bucket? Oh goodness, back here again? After the skip button? We're not even near the thing anymore. I've turned completely around, so I don't know where forward was. I'm just walking in a direction. Oh, fire. Nice night for fire. Oh, is this the escape pod? Fuck it. Wonder if that would still be there, even if I didn't put it in the escape pod. An all tongue-tied. That's what happens when you get set to theoretical 1 AM. This is the memory hole house, whatever this was called. The. Cookie Nine's block. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. For the first game teemed with originality, Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, I found the bucket to be quite comforting, a welcome reprieve from cat dog born. Scientists confirm hybrid species. Is this because it made them become friends? Maybe they were more than just friends in the end. It's very reminiscent of the ending to the Beginner's Guide. The gym buttons.
Gym, 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 gym. Gym, 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 gym.
Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs. No more sequels. See, when the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Almost as many buckets that's ever been captured on film. Blah blah. Lowest aggregate review scores in video game history, second. Wonder what it's second to. Get on the green. Part of me wants all of us to rename ourselves Jim in Discord. It's just gonna confuse everybody.
Jim. Jim, Jim, Stanley, Jim. Stanley. Stanley.
I know who they are. No idea. Oh my. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Is that it? Hello again. It's nice to see you. It's terrible to learn. There will probably never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. Stanley Parable is not sacred. Do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. If people hate it, who cares? See, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we are making... Together we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number of the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Let's see. I'd combine more. Okay, that's just one thing. Dealing with the hole. Stanley Parable 3. Dealing with the hole. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1. And then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. Nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again. The new title screen. What do you say? Go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. You know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. See, noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. See? I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. A Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. It's like 8 o'clock when we started. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Dealing with the hole. Where's Sarah Carter here? Is that it? Is that everything? Do we restart again? Is that it? Or is it just the one car? Oh yeah, baby, deal with my hole. Oh no, what have I done? It's a good flirt line if nothing else. I don't think it's a good starting flirting line. Like, yeah, hole. Well, get away from me. Ugh. Extra names every time you restart. Good. Oh yeah, the achievement machine. I don't know where that is though. It's like, the achievement machine works. So where the fuck is that? Guess we'll try to find it. Might have to go to the new content room again, but like, is that accessible now? Unforgivable birthday party. Oh. It's more and more artistic. Oh, I should have watched the video so I could see the new the Stanley Parable,
All of his
whatever the
co-workers
heck.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Should I take the bucket? I skip the bucket. Do I have to go through the new content thing again? Okay, this is the expo hall, okay. Is the narrator still in this game? Well, I guess he was talking at the start, but now it's kind of like he's not really here.
You see, Stanley,
there we go.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah. There's that Chivo machine.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I did it.
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on?
You got the
You
achievement.
got the achievement?
Yeah.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure.
Uh-oh.
Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2.
But it's 4 now.
Breathe. Just breathe. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Well, I just came here for the Chivo, so I'm out of here. That's to the hole. I don't want to go back there.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the all right,
Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I don't know if there's more collectible. You're right. Gotta go back, see if there's collectibles. Wish I could move faster than this. That's slower. It's the opposite. You've already been here. That's pretty good though. Let's see, the infinite hole. Now we could fall down the infinite hole at least once.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of.
Yeah,
It's
looks
never
like
been done
it's-
before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite
It's just,
falling.
yeah, it's the
You
same
can
thing.
fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for
Doing
video
it.
games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful?
G?
One of my more ingenious
can't G
concoctions,
until he
if I
talks
can
about
say
G.
So, now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great.
There
Now,
we go.
I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Have you done this to an ending? Yeah, I've been down the hole a few times. Let me tell you, ain't my first time down the hole. I forget who does like the levels design for Davy Reedon, but he does good stuff. Might be a few people. Do I have to sit through this again?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Should I just
Yes, I know
reset?
it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come
Got
together
myself
as
locked
one
out of the
single
infinite hole room.
coherent video game,
It's
but
terrible.
I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Is it just the same thing?
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Tool.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different
It seems like it's the
arrangement.
same thing.
Okay, yes. Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Oh no.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
That's the only
I wanted
collectible
more
I
than
couldn't
anything
get.
to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it.
Yeah.
Tastefully, of course. With respect.
You can add a
With
few
care for
different
the
numbers
vision
at the
and
end of that
integrity
title.
of the
even.
original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2.
This
Let me
is
see
the
if I can
Stanley
whip something up.
Parable 4.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
We'll see. Oh no, it's changed now. Okay, well, he says 2, but we say 5, I think. Outstretched lawsuit. No. Outstretched Tuesday. No. Forgotten Tuesday. Legend of Tuesday. Liquid Tuesday. Or a Wacky Tuesday. Oh no, I changed bodies with ooze worm. It's Wacky Tuesday, yeah. What a good ones for Tuesday. That makes the least sense. What have you done? Liquid lawsuit's also good.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
This is a...
Stanley worked for a company in a big building
video,
where
though.
he was employee number 427.
Is this gonna say the normal
Employee
title,
number
right?
427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Okay, it still says 2. Still says 2. Let's try for 6. Liquid Tuesday isn't happening. I'm sorry, chat. Fistful of co-workers. Fistful of explosion. Skeleton explosion. Yes. God damn, why can't I have my parable, the number that I want now? I have to do the epilogue again? The epilogue is so long. Maybe I have to do an ending for this one? Oh, this is the fastest one.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision?
Maybe you have to do the
what if a
epilogue
crucial
again? I
outcome
don't
fell
know.
under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy.
Is that it
forever.
for the
I will
content?
be
Is there more to do?
Stanley
More to
waited.
see?
Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough,
I have to do the
answers
epilogue
would
again?
come.
Oh, goodness.
Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon,
Shouldn't have done
very
all that
soon
other
now,
part then.
This will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
Mind Control Room has
Now
new
it's even
content.
closer. Here it comes.
Okay, let me go to menu. Is it updated? Should we bother doing the epilogue again? It kind of took a bit. Guess I'm doing it. Well, all I had to do was hold forward for like a minute, so it's okay. It's kind of interesting coming back to this game, though. Speaking of dumb reviews, I remember seeing like a segment on one of those Rooster Teeth channels. They were playing Stanley Parable on one of them. But one of the guys is like, you know, I didn't like the Stanley Parable too much. It felt like my choices didn't matter. I'm just like, ooh. How do you miss the point so hard? With and without buckets are different endings. Go over the railing with a chair. How do I do that? Guess I'll figure out when we get there. I just want my sequels back. That Bucket explains the ending better? Okay. Maybe we'll do with Bucket first. Then we'll do it without Bucket, and then we can rest after 5 hours of streaming. That's why I always do plus more with a question mark, because I'm never sure I'm actually gonna... I didn't expect to be playing this for as long as we did. Alright, chat. Gonna do a poll, I guess. Let's see, quick poll. New poll. With or without Bucket first. Without. Do it for a minute. Here's a poll. Which ending are we doing first? Bucket or no Bucket? Go. See, it's the same dialogue. See you. Another Stanley Parable game. Okay, I'm just gotta click through this. No Bucket. Wait, I thought it was the game show. No, with or without Bucket. Oh, he's on 7 now. Passion of the Bomb. Absurd, I love it. Stanley Parable will never end. Okay, we're doing with Bucket first. Let's do it. It seemed like he had a lot of anxiety once he realized something was wrong, though. Oh goodness, is it really this late now? I can't live. Living is without you.
This is the story of a man named...
Yes. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Time to grab a
Stanley
bucket.
decided to go to the meeting room.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded on.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I don't really know how to access this thing.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door
out.
that read, Mind Control Facility.
All I know, it's a chair and some railings. Here's the chair. Do I just do it here? I guess I jump now.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below.
Whoops.
Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall.
Okay.
Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
Oh, I'm always craving paninis.
But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home.
Yeah,
in fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail.
Being so stinky.
All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Well.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I'm not sure if listening to the new wave would be faster or not. It seems like it would take longer.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Alright, was suggested I could turn on some lights, so let's do that.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
If I hit the other button, I think that's it, right? Then I'm locked in, so I'm just gonna drop down. It's gonna
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section.
Oh boy.
You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
We did it, chat. This will explain everything. Well, I think that's it. Can't think of anything else that can be done in the Stanley Parable. Except come up with one more title. Good job, you did it. I did it. 5 hours of the Stanley Parable. Good job, you did it. Yes. That feels right. You see it too. For me, it's always like this. Yeah, Stanley Parable. Still a strange meta game. I wonder if it's like, if it knows certain keywords, you know? Like if it gets human condition, it's gonna do this? I don't know. That seems a little too apt. I don't know how to end this. It's a lot to unpack with this game. Certainly was a lot more content than the original. Well, it's cool. I know, if anything, maybe it's like a little late to the party. All the like criticisms and stuff, it's kind of like been said to death. But I mean, it says it in its own like Stanley Parable way. Makes it pretty fun. It makes me laugh. And I think that's okay. That is good. Yeah, and the bucket doubles the endings. The bucket endings are really good though. I didn't even do all the endings. There's lots of other endings that I missed out on, but mostly like the original ones. There's probably other bucket endings I missed too, but it's like, it's been 5 hours. This has been a pretty exhaustive playthrough of the Stanley Parable. Do you think something special happens in Game 8? Yeah, the baby game. 4-hour baby game. Alright, I'll press play one more time. Oh my god, holy shit, more content. How did this happen?
Hold on. What's this?
Oh my god, it's like the demo when you just push the button that just says 8.
8. 8. 8. 8.
The Stanley Parable 8. No, this doesn't look right at all. The Stanley Parable takes place in an office building. There are doors and branching paths. This is just a button that says 8. Where did the Stanley Parable go?
8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Well, I'm looking around and I really can't find the game anywhere. No boss's office or mind control facility or any of that. Literally just this 8 button. And what's worse is that you seem to be having a better time with this nonsense game than with the story I wrote for you. I'm actually a little insulted.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Well, I don't know what happened to the Stanley Parable or what the 8 button is, but apparently you're having a riveting time with it. And frankly, I don't even want to pander to someone who finds this enjoyable. So with that, I guess just go ahead and enjoy the Stanley Parable 8.
8. 8. 8.
Oh my god.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Alright.
8.
This is the game now. It's just the Stanley Parable. There's a controller back there. What is this? Some controller 427? What I used to beta test this game?
8.
Oh. Just this.
Hold on. What's this?
8. 8. 8. 8.
The Stanley Parable 8?
Yep. I'm sure if we restart again, it just goes back to normal, so... Alright, we gotta call it at some point. Stanley Parable 8. What? Alright. That was the Stanley Parable. That's it. Truly the human condition.